And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody, and welcome back to our regular scheduled council meeting, and we'll call this meeting to order. And item number 1.1 is our national anthem, so if you're able, please stand for our national anthem. Thank you very much. And item number 1.2 on our agenda is our land acknowledgement, and I'll look again to Councillor DeLeo for that. Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the Indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you, Miigwech, Councillor. And item number 1.3 is a staff introduction. I'll look to our Fire Chief and General Manager of Community Services for that. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. I'm pleased today to share with you that Lee Furlot has accepted the permanent position of Director of Parks, Recreation, and Facilities. Lee joined the town of Wasaga Beach in September of 2024 as our Manager of Parks, and he has also been serving as our Acting Director of Parks, Recreation, and Facilities since December of 2025. Lee brings more than 15 years of municipal parks and recreation experience, including senior roles with the town of Sylvan Lake, such as Recreation, Parks, and Culture Manager, Deputy Director of Emergency Management, and Manager of Parks. He also previously worked for the City of Brampton in several operational and leadership positions for recreation. Lee's background spans park operations, recreation programming, forestry, sports facilities, and project management, and his professional training includes diplomas in recreation and leisure, professional golf management, project management, landscape construction, and crisis management. His experience in education lend him quite well to helping us into the future with our growing community. Please join me in congratulating Lee on his well-deserved appointment.
Thank you very much, Chief, and Lee, welcome. And I can tell you, as Mayor, I'm confident in Lee's abilities, and the changes and the positive changes that he has shown already in his role, I think, has already starting to speak volumes. So, Lee, keep up the good work. We appreciate it, and again, welcome to the team. I also think it's important to note how amazing our IT department is. I've seen a very technical fix there of the Chief's mic by Chris. So, good job, Chris. Thank you for that. All right, moving on to item number 2 is disclosure of pecuniary interest, which I have none at this point before me. If at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know for the record. Item number 3 is adoption of the agenda, and before I read the motion, I'm going to look to our clerk for any comments. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for the public and council's awareness, there was an addendum to the agenda issued yesterday late. We have closed session that we will enter after the public planning meeting, and there's also a report that has been added, and that is item 10.6, the debenture loan. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that clarity, Madam Clerk. And so we do have a recommended motion under adoption of the agenda that the contents of the agenda of March 12, 2026 be approved as circulated. Any questions or comments from members of council on the agenda? All right, seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 4 is approval of the minutes of the regular council meeting held February 26, 2026, and the recommended motion is that those minutes of the council meeting held February 26, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Any questions or comments on those minutes? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Belanger and Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 4.2, a special meeting of council March 5th, 2026, with the recommended motion that the minutes of the special council meeting held March 5th, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Any questions or comments on that? Seeing, I'll just make one comment for the record. Just note that the recommended motion on the page here has 2025 as opposed to 2026. We can make that adjustment. All right, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 5, which is a public meeting. Public meeting under the Planning Act, the Breakers Phase 1 Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z001-26-10, First Street and 68 and 84 Mosley Street. This is a public meeting regarding a proposed application for a zoning bylaw amendment submitted for the property municipally addressed as 10 First Street and 68 and 84 Mosley Street. The application being considered is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment, town file number Z001/26. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. For council, this public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. It is simply to make council aware of the public's comments and to ask any clarifying questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding these applications. To make a written request for the notice at this meeting, please fill in the planning public meeting sign-in sheet located beside our deputy clerk just over here to our right, here in council chambers. Town planning staff will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendments. So I'll look to our planning staff. There she is. Good morning, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council, and members of the public in attendance, in chambers, and of course virtually online today. I am Candace Bondarchuk, Senior Planner for the Town of Wasaga Beach, and I am assigned to this file. I'll be introducing the application for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for lands municipally addressed now as 10 First Street, 68 and 84 Mosley Street. It's commonly referred to as the Breakers, and the application has been made by the Stonebridge Building Group, and the applicant's representative is here today, Mr. Ethan Crow. So the outline for this morning's public meeting will follow the town's standard format. His Worship has introduced the public meeting, and planning staff now describe the purpose of a public meeting, the planning application process, and present an overview of the applicant's proposed development. In accordance with the Planning Act, I can confirm that notice was circulated and this public meeting is required for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Planning staff introduced the proposal to council and the public, and the purpose of this public meeting is to provide the public, stakeholders, agencies, and boards an opportunity to provide written comments and oral submissions to council. This slide indicates where we are in the planning process. Planning staff have received the application, deemed the application complete, circulated public meeting notice, and now we are here today at the required statutory public meeting in accordance with the Planning Act. The purpose of the public meeting today acts essentially as an information gathering session for staff and agencies to then review the comments received to date, analyze the applications, and at a later date provide council with a staff recommendation report. At a future date, council will then render a decision on the application, and then staff issue a notice of decision and the appeal period commences. So the red area that you can see on this slide, essentially between 1st, 2nd Beach Drive to the northwest and Mosley Street to the southeast, is the development area for the Phase 1 lands. The approximate area is just over 5,000 square meters or 0.5 hectares. As we all are aware, the beach is transforming, and so describing the existing surrounding uses is generally vacant and beachfront to the north, vacant and commercial to most of the surrounding other lands, and some commercial, of course, to the southeast. This slide indicates the existing official plan designation. So the official plan designation is beachfront. The proposed mixed-use development concept and townhouse dwellings are permitted and in fact encouraged uses within the beachfront designation. The official plan designations include beachfront and natural hazards. And I should note that our new official plan also envisions this area as mixed-use development. The existing zoning is currently the beach mixed-use holding, or the B1H, and there is a holding on the lands. Surrounding zones include beach mixed-use holding. Again, Beach 1 holding is surrounding most of those areas to the north of Mosley. And then you have open space. There's a little parcel there on the existing, former Beck Square. The OS is open space. And then we have beach transition holding, the B2H, which is lands to the southeast. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is requesting relief to Section 26 of the zoning bylaw, titled Downtown Wasaga Beach, to reflect in part the tenure and dwelling types of the proposed development. So specifically, the relief sought would include such matters as reduction to lot frontages, areas, interior side yards, rear yards, lot depth, landscaped open space, a slight increase in height, and a recognition of the open space area. And again, this is technical in nature as it relates to the tenure of the dwelling types. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to allow for the mixed-use development concept consisting of a total of 26 residential units and 5 commercial units. Those 5 commercial units are proposed on the ground floor of building number 1. And it is, again, a common element condominium tenure. So building 1 is the 5 commercial units on the ground floor, which front onto First Street, 10 residential units above. Building 2 will have 8 back-to-back townhouse dwelling units, and Building 3 envisions 8 townhouse rear lane access dwelling units, and those units would front onto what is now 2nd Street. So concluding remarks. This public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff representing the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing and not yet completed. Staff will receive comments to council and the applicant subsequent to this public meeting, and staff will provide a recommendation to council at a future date. So thank you. For additional information, residents may contact planning staff at this email address and find the supporting documentation at this link. This concludes town planning staff's introduction of the applicant's proposed zoning bylaw amendment application. Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council.
Thank you very much, Candace, and we'll now look to the applicant or their agent, who is here to also make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. And I see that Mr. Ethan Crow is here to join us. Have a seat, Ethan. Good morning. And the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name is Ethan Crow. I'm a development manager for Stonebridge Building Group. Today, I'm here to provide a brief overview of the zoning bylaw amendment, which was peer-reviewed by Mike Crow, who's a RPP, and regarding this new mixed-use development referred to as the Breakers. And I think, just to point out, I think Candace did a great job summarizing this, so I'll sort of keep this slightly brief because we cover a lot of the same information. So the subject lands is municipally known as 10 First Street, 68 and 84 Mosley Street. It is bound between First Street, Beach Drive, 2nd Street, and Mosley Street. The subject lands is approximately 5,086 square meters. And currently, it serves as a parking lot and is surrounded by commercial uses, vacant land, sort of Beach Area 1, and Georgian Bay. Currently, the town, in the official plan, the designation is, the subject lands is referred to as beachfront, and the current zoning is beach mixed use holding zone 1. And this proposed development consists of 21 poddles in a common element condominium tenure, and in those 21 poddles, it's split across 3 buildings. So building 1, which fronts onto First Street, consists of 10 residential units and 5 commercial units, all on the ground floor. Building 2 is 8 back-to-back townhouses, and building 3 is 8 townhouses which are accessed through a rear lane. The current zoning for this is Beach Mixed Use Holding Area 1, and we are proposing 3 zone-specific categories to facilitate the construction of these different types of townhomes in the development. So, for example, the building 1, which is the commercial, we would be looking to refer to it as Beach Mixed Use Holding Area 3, so it can facilitate the building in the current zoning, and etc. So through this, we would be changing the beach mixed-use holding area zoning into 3 site-specific with an open space section in the bottom of the site to facilitate the new Beck Square location. These specific zone provisions seek reduction from lot frontage, lot area, rear yard, lot depth, minimum interior side yard, increase of height slightly, specifically for back-to-back townhouses, landscaped open area. And that is an overview of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for our development, the Breakers. And if there's any questions or points of clarification, I'm happy to address them.
Thank you very much, Ethan. We'll now look to the public to speak to this. And before we go to the audience, I'll ask our Deputy Clerk if we have anyone registered online to speak to this matter or ask questions today.
Thank you, Worship. I have nobody registered in advance to speak today.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. I'll then ask if there's anybody here in the audience that would like to comment or speak on this matter. If so, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here today that would like to speak to this matter. Come forward. You have a question, ma'am? Certainly. Please come forward there. Laura, I'll turn your mic on. State your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
My name is Elaine Smith, and I live in Westbridge Development. And my concern with the beach development is, where's all the parking going to be? It doesn't look like there's a lot of parking because the municipality parking has been ate up by the townhouses, and there just doesn't seem to be any parking down there. So if you want to be a destination place, you got to have parking, and that's a big concern. And from the drawings that I've seen and the new developments and amendments, there's still not enough parking. So that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll look to our CAO to speak to that question. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to our guest. Thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. So parking for the breakers is one issue. They are providing parking on site. There is visitor parking provided. At the macro level, we are looking at an overall parking strategy for the redevelopment of the beachfront, and we will be sharing those ideas with the community at the next public workshop in April 7th, 8th, and 9th. So we are looking at both scales. Ethan and his team can respond to on-site parking for the breakers, but I would like to assure the lady that just spoke, as well as the broader community, that we are looking at the overall parking strategy.
Great, thank you. Ethan, did you want to speak to the on-site parking?
I think Andrew did a great job to summarize that. Stonebridge, we are meeting the parking minimums for the site. There is a slight reduction to the parking for Building 1, but that's because parking is provided on First Street, which is technically outside the site, but is directly in front of it, just with the lot frontage. So that would be the only parking slight deficiency, but there is enough parking visitor-wise and for all the residents of the development. We've been sure to accommodate that.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll ask if there's anyone else in the audience who'd like to come forward and make a comment or ask a question on this matter. And one final time, anyone wanting to speak to this matter, please come forward. All right, seeing none, I will now look to members of council for clarifying questions. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Crow. Just a quick question with regards to open space. You referenced Beck Square, so this is the relocation of Beck Square. Is this a public park?
Thank you. Yes, the new Beck Square would be a public park for the town, which would be dedicated to the town.
Go ahead, Councillor.
And for clarity, it'll have access from both public access from both Capstan Lane as well as First Street there, I suppose?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, there's just a slight, the name was slightly changed due to the street naming. It's now Windjammer, but yes, that's correct. It goes through, there is access from both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments from members of council on this matter? All right, seeing none then, if there are no other questions or comments from the audience or from our council, we will declare this meeting hereby closed. All right, moving on in our agenda to item number 6, which is closed session, and we have a recommended motion here that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the March 12, 2026 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. OLT-24-001047 with respect to 10 Club Court in accordance with Section 239(2)E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before the administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm moving a second to this, for this to move in camera. Councillor Eagle and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That carries unanimously, and we'll now move in camera.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We're just coming out of closed session, and I will look to our clerk for a rise and report on that. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session on March 12, 2026 at 10:27 a.m. Council entered closed session on March 12, 2026 at 10:27 a.m. to discuss one matter. Item 6.2.1, OLT 24-1047, 10 Club Court, in accordance with Section 239(2)E and F of the Municipal Act. As a result of that discussion, there's nothing further to report at this time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. And moving on to item number 8 on the agenda is delegations. We have no delegations today. Item number 9 is presentations, and 9.1 is a term of council priorities 2025. And this presentation will be made by our CAO, Andrew McNeil. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Let's get the presentation loaded. Okay, and now I can control from here, Chris. Excellent. Okay, thank you so much. I am going to do my best to summarize a year of exciting, tremendous work by all of your dedicated employees in 10 minutes. That's going to be a challenge, but I might go a couple minutes over, but I'll do my best to keep it to 10 minutes. In terms of a few highlights, the beachfront was obviously front and center. We have started construction on Beach Drive. It is progressing well. It is on track. And believe it or not, our amazing construction team was able to keep going through that very extreme winter weather that we have experienced over the last few months, but things are progressing well. With Breakers Phase 1, I think you are all seeing the first building is almost complete on the exterior, finishing up the inside. We had a meeting this morning, a public meeting this morning on the next 2 buildings. I know the developer is anxious to get going with Building 2 and Building 3. We will also be sharing shortly with Council the design for First Street. We've seen a peek of that over the last week or so. It's beautiful. I am chomping at the bit to share that with the community and with Council, so we're looking forward to sharing that. Our development with Sunray is progressing extremely well. They're in the planning approvals process. I believe they submitted an application to our Director of Planning yesterday, and we look forward to sharing the revised design with Council and the community in April. It has progressed significantly from the drawing that you see on this page, so it's exciting. The hotel has gotten bigger, more rooms, the budget has increased, the quality of architecture has increased, and we're looking forward to their architect walking you all through that design. On the education front, the Catholic K-12 is out for public tender. We understand that tender will close next week, and then we look forward to shovels getting in the ground in early spring. So that's going to be exciting to see that school building coming out of the ground. I will also share with Council that we have had multiple discussions with the county. They are agreeable to allowing the municipality to expand the parking into what was initially allocated for an ambulance station, and we're also working with them on the ambulance station. So that is good news as well. So more parking than was previously there will be in our not too distant future. Public High School has also moved fairly quickly. They are in the planning approvals process as well. So I look forward to the day where we have 2 schools, 2 high schools coming out of the ground. And that year could be 2026 when we see both of those happening. Provincial relationships, extremely positive. We have bi-weekly meetings with a working group of ministers and deputy ministers that are helping us to advance our municipality in collaboration with them. So I couldn't possibly express how thrilled we are with how things are progressing with the province. But actually maybe I could, and that could be with this slide. So over the past little while, we have attracted well over $155 million in investment from the province. This is unprecedented in our community. We've certainly lobbied hard and made compelling cases to attract all of this money. But I should mention that, to be fair, a lot of this should have happened years ago. So we're playing a bit of catch-up here. We should have had a high school a decade ago. But that said, I'm thrilled that we've got the investment and that we're making these big, significant transformational projects happen. And the future looks bright for Wasaga Beach. On the events side, events, as we all know, are a major economic driver for our community. Our business is tourism. Council is aware that we're working on the plans for Destination Wasaga. That plan is really about the hardware, the streets, the parks, the buildings, the attractions, the software, the things that bring a place to life and give it its quality, its character. A lot of that is about events and the other things that you do to program a space. We've been chatting amongst staff, and you really need to be thinking of our beachfront as an outdoor community center. We have indoor community centers where we have managers and staff, and we program, we put on all kinds of programs. That's the kind of love and attention that we need for our beachfront, and I think that's the path we are on. Very thrilled to announce that Memories of Summer has recently been recognized as one of the top 100 events and festivals in Ontario, something that we can be very proud of and that we will look to build upon. Mayor's Rodeo, first opportunity last year to start that event, attracted well over 3,000 attendees. For a first-time event, it was exceptional, and I think we're looking at opportunities to grow that into a really significant fall fair. So tremendous things to build on. Snowman Mania, which happened fairly recently, was the first opportunity that we partnered with Nancy Island. So again, they're looking to become more involved in Wasaga Beach, and we will continue to nurture that relationship. Parkside, we have a 10-year plan for investments. Over the past little while, we've invested in renewals of William Arneill, Oakwood, Woods, Ramblewood, new parks, River Road East, Blueberry Trails, Sunnydale are coming. So there have been significant investments, and there will continue to be significant investments over the next little while in parks, which are so critical to our community. Beautification has become something that's part of our DNA, and we're always looking at opportunities to make improvements. New bylaw, we've created sign bylaw, clean yards bylaw. We've taken a more proactive approach to enforcement, all with the attempts to help beautify our community. We've created boulevard plantings. I know this was near and dear to Councillor Ego's heart, and we're seeing that unfold across our community. New entrance signs. Every project that we undertake, we are looking at through a lens of design, and how do we make this better? Every new street that you're going to see at the beachfront is beautiful. They're accessible, they're shared, et cetera. So we're going to be elevating the design quality of the municipality over the next weeks, months, years, and decades. And the small stuff does matter, because the small stuff adds up to the bigger whole. Even things such as construction hoarding. Look at what we've done over the last couple of years. In partnership with Stonebridge, we've told an amazing story around the Stonebridge Breakers development. Our GM of comms and a whole other, her title's really long, worked really hard to create an amazing story on that beachfront hoarding along Beach Drive. So we're looking for all of those types of opportunities, because design does matter. Customer service is the cornerstone of what we do. We are here to serve the public, and we're always looking for opportunities to advance. Our new website launched January 26th with SMS, which stands for Short Message Service. That allows residents to subscribe for important notifications from the town sent by text message. My Wasaga Days, our next one is April 22nd, 4 to 7 at the Recplex. The goal is to bring our services to the community in a more easily accessible manner. We are constantly seeing members of the public. This is a side note, and I want to give a thanks to Jocelyn and her team. I have personally observed residents walk up to the Treasury counter and deliver bouquets of flowers, thanking them for the exceptional customer service that they are providing. So that, I think, is a testament to what we have tried to instill across our corporate culture. Community engagement goes hand in hand with customer service. We are absolutely focused on transparency. Regularly occurring town hall meetings. Our next one is April 27th, immediately following my Wasaga Days, 7 to 9 at the Recplex. We have an improved public engagement portal, engagewasaga.ca. I have myself available every Monday morning, CEO office hours, where any resident in this community can come and ask any question, and we work to try and get answers as quickly as possible. Our mayor, through Ask Mayor Smith Anything, also is doing a similar thing. So I think we are doing everything that we can think of to try and be as transparent and engaging of our community. Destination Wasaga, currently one of our biggest projects that we're undertaking, is fundamentally about community engagement and building a community-based master plan. Our next engagement round is set for April 7th, 8th, and 9th. Registration is currently open for those workshops, for those interested in attending. Now, with respect to the number of actions, and when you recall, when we created this plan, it was ambitious. I think in the history of this community, most councils had action plans, 5, 6, maybe 10 or 12 action items that they were looking to achieve over the course of their term. We have 84. We are successfully underway with 100% of those term of council priorities. Some are complete, meaning we've checked the box and we've delivered those. A number are underway. Some of these are going to take a bit of time, and they may span multiple terms of council. That's okay. They were a need, and we're underway working on them. Some of these fall under the category of ongoing, which means they're almost operational. These are things that we should continue to do. And again, there's a category of not yet started, so I'm pleased to say that we don't have any in that category. So we're working hard to advance all of council's priorities. I'm going to go quickly through some of the key highlights here. And again, we can drill down into any details that council may want to have more information around. On the policy front, I complimented Trevor earlier in our last meeting. Council approved the new official plan in 2025. It's now with the county. We hope that approval will happen fairly soon. We're underway with our new zoning bylaw, urban design guidelines, as well as the destination master plan. So there's a tremendous amount of work that has gone on the policy side of things. This is really important to get your policy document house in order. So again, I just want to acknowledge the great work of our Director of Planning and his team to advance all of that work. Redeveloping the beachfront. I talked earlier about some of the exciting first projects that are underway there, the Breakers, Sunray. More exciting things are coming. And as a result of the Destination Master Plan, which the community will see in a couple of weeks, that will provide us the roadmap for making transformational change down on our beachfront. With respect to implementing a Phase 1 project, we've already got a couple underway. There will be more. As part of our master plan, we will be unveiling a 10-year action plan. So this is what we plan to accomplish in the next 10 years, and these are the first priority projects. So more is coming over the coming weeks. Rebuilding Beach Drive, again, mentioned earlier, construction is progressing well. Steady improvements will be made in 2026. A lot of the stuff you don't see, the underground pipes, which are so critical, a lot of that work is wrapping up, and we're now going to start transitioning into the above grade stuff that people see and that you engage with. So that's going to be exciting once you start to see the finishes and the quality of the design and the transformation that that's going to bring to our beachfront. And while our house is under construction, we're not forgetting about short-term activations, because that's so critical. Last summer, we did a tremendous amount down at the beachfront. We will continue this summer, both at the beachfront and our main street. Our food trucks will be back, and Sandra will be bringing a strategy forward quite soon, talking about the event strategy and some of the amazing things that we've got in store for 2026. With respect to pursuing large tourism events, I think our community has seen a number of these. We welcomed Burton Cummings, Blue Rodeo in 2025. We had Tim Hicks and 6-time Juno Award winner Sam Roberts come to Wasaga Stars Arena. We're very good at putting on big events. That's in our wheelhouse. That's something that we will continue to focus on and grow over the future. And we've got our eye on a couple other things that we think can become significant events moving forward. Traffic calming, very important to our community as we focus on becoming more livable for all of our residents. Pedestrian signals were installed on Sunnydale. Design is advancing on a new roundabout and traffic calming at Theme Park and River Road that we will be sharing with council shortly. And I'd like to share, I mentioned earlier, design is now in our DNA. Traffic calming, pedestrian priority is now part of our thought process when we look at any new street. So if you're tearing up a street, don't just necessarily replace it the way it was. How can we improve it? How can we make it more pedestrian friendly? Within our downtown, within our beachfront, again, you're going to be seeing a significant change in the quality and thought and love and attention to our streets over the coming while. And again, I'm very excited to show you Main Street and First Street in the not too distant future. River Road to Blueberry Trails was completed in '25. I'm giving a lot of shout outs because this is a team effort here. To Kevin and his team, I think they did a tremendous job at bringing that project in as quickly as they did. And we had very few, you always get a few complaints, but I think overall the community was quite complimentary to the job that was done. So kudos to Kevin and the contractor that worked on that project. Town wayfinding, again, this is an ongoing effort. During this term of council, we've installed 15 new wayfinding signs, 4 new temporary entrance signs, signs at Deerbrook, new digital sign at the Recplex. So we're making attempts to upgrade the wayfinding, and this is something that we will continue to do because it's so important in our community. Transit shelters, again, making your community more livable to those that take transit. This is part of our annual budget process. 2024, we installed 4 new shelters at 45th Street, Beck Street, Stonebridge, and the Wasaga Stars Arena. 2025, we budgeted to install more, so those will be rolling out over the course of the spring and summer. Expanding transit service to the casino. This is something that the community asked us quite a lot. We made that happen in December of 2025. So that was a big achievement, and again, compliments to Kevin and his team. That was not an easy task. I talked earlier about the park rehab plan. So we do have a park, a 10-year forecast that is being implemented today. Now, with respect to community events, we're focusing on marquee events like Memories of Summer. We're also looking at enhancing Snowman Mania, other events in collaboration with Nancy Island Mayor's Rodeo. Again, I won't talk too much about this because Sandra will be bringing forward a whole strategy that talks about our approach to events. Pursuing housing for all, affordable housing, critical to our community, to every community in North America right now. The county plays a significant role in this, and I know the mayor and deputy mayor in your roles on county council are really advocating for Wasaga Beach, and we do have some successes that are underway. The design of a new affordable seniors housing that would complement Zoo Park. So that's in the works, and I think we'll be hearing more about that in the not too distant future. I'd also like to just mention the short-term accommodation program that was approved fairly recently by council. That will have a tremendous impact on affordability in our community. When you're in a tourism town, a lot of investors tend to focus on getting the big dollars from people who will come and stay for a week or two, to the detriment of those that live here full-time, including workers and employees. So as we've seen in Collingwood, when you actually start enforcing this through our STR program, that will transition and open up a lot of accommodation to locals to live permanently at a more affordable rate. So that's a really important success that will no doubt prove dividends here over the long term. I mentioned earlier the STR review was approved by council in February. LTC is a strategic priority of this council, the long-term care home. We've made tremendous strides on this front. We were at AMO in August to advocate for support and funding to bring an LTC to our community. We have established a relationship with a top quality provider, and we're looking forward to some positive news happening on this front in the not too distant future. Happy, healthy, and safe residents, also critical to any community. Windrow clearing, I know this was a passionate program for many of you, Councillor DeLeo and others. We've started that program, and it is growing every year. In 2026, we had 145 approved applications. Over the course of the program, there have been a total of 301. You can always do better. You can always do more. It's balancing the cost of expanding the program. So a very important program for our community. Creating an emergency support network for homeless. We have a new warming center at Faith Missionary Church that's operating 7 days a week, which is tremendous. We allow showers at the arena, and bus passes are provided at our arena and recreational facilities. And we continue to activate our facilities as warming centers as required. So we're taking some very important steps to protect our vulnerable in our community. Food bank system, the town has doubled annual funding. Pantries available at the library. This is a system that is being incredibly well used in our community. I'm shocked when I hear the numbers that are having to use the food bank. So this is a very important resource for our community that council has wisely invested in. The walk-in clinic, a tremendous success for this council because of the fact that council brought this walk-in clinic back. We've received well over $880,000 in provincial funding, which allowed the Shoreline Clinic to expand its nurse practitioner program, allowing more of our residents to access medical care. After Hours Clinic is operating there quite successfully, and we have a new doctor that was attracted because of this clinic coming back. That doctor now has a full roster of patients. So just a tremendous success story, the medical clinic. And again, thank you to Nicole for all of your help in ensuring that clinic is well run. Increasing representation of First Nations in cultural events. Obviously, we have slightly altered the land acknowledgement to be more respectful of our history and First Nations here. Engagement with First Nations is part of our daily business. We engage through planning approvals process. But I also wanted to share that we are making additional efforts as part of the Destination Wasaga Master Plan to engage First Nations, and we're doing that in collaboration with the province. When council and the community sees our new plans that we will unveil in April, you will see we are making a nod to the history through efforts to create a cultural park. So there are some exciting things that are going to be coming forward in the not too distant future. Panhandling bylaw, something that was important to council. I won't talk about that today because Nicole will be bringing a report forward shortly that addresses panhandling, but I think we've got some solid recommendations for council on this. Diversifying our economy, creating jobs, again, paramount to Wasaga Beach. We've identified through the work with Mick Sweeney, target sector, who has conducted a target sector review, what some of the areas that we should be focusing on are. That will come to council later this spring, as well as some staff recommendations on how to proceed. In 2025, a bit of a success story, we introduced the film policy, and we were lucky to secure a Netflix filming contract that brought Finding Her Edge to all of your televisions at home. It was a great program, and I think we were all proud to see Wasaga Beach featured on Netflix. Pursuing foreign direct investment, again, critical. We're doing a lot of behind-the-scenes work with the province. We hosted what we call a FAM tour, which is a familiarization tour, with the county and Invest Ontario, which is the arm of the province that attracts foreign direct investment. So we are working those angles, and I'm very confident as soon as our master plan is finished, that we will have identified areas where FDI can be relevant to Wasaga Beach. And if there's anything we're good at, when you tell us you want something, we go out, chase it, and land it. So that's what we will be doing as soon as that plan is created. Business roundtables, again, very important to our community. We've done several over the past year, one significant related to the municipal accommodation tax that was recently approved by council. Small business marketing campaign, summer of 2025, RTO7, again, another provincial partner, gave us over $400,000 grant that was leveraged quite well. BlogTO and Curiosity blog post highlighting all of our small businesses in Wasaga Beach. Small Business Enterprise Center is still serving Wasaga Beach, and we are looking at opportunities to enhance the available support for our community. And I am almost done, just a couple more highlights. We have resurrected the Tourism Destination Management Plan. We are leveraging the Destination Marketing Fund to invest in our community and in tourism. Our ambassador program was launched in 2025. It will continue in 2026. We're going to be looking at enhancing some of those services that were provided by the ambassadors, but again, a very important program to interact with all your guests and tell them all the wonderful things they can do in your community. Undertaking economic impact assessments, that will be a deliverable of our Destination Wasaga Master Plan to understand the economic impact of that plan and the importance that it will have for our community. We have undertaken a review of town surplus lands. We currently have 10 properties that are market ready or that have already been listed on the market. As well, the province is working in tandem with us. They have undertaken a review of their lands, and they will be bringing to market a number of their properties. We're being careful not to flood the market. The market is incredibly soft today, so I think you will see surplus lands being brought to the market trickling over the next little while. But again, success that the province now knows what they own and are determining what they need and what they don't need. So that is a big victory, quite frankly. Excellence in customer service. We have implemented open government. Again, this is a core belief. I mentioned earlier the things that we have done, so I won't repeat them right now. Pursuing award system. A report was brought forward by Nicole in 2024. This will be a ballot question. I would urge anybody listening at home to pay attention to this. That's an important change for Wasaga Beach should the community decide to move forward with that. So that is well in the works. And beachfront parking management payment strategy. I hinted at this earlier in my comments to the resident in the audience. We, as part of Destination Wasaga, are looking at an overall parking strategy. We will be taking over the provincial parking lots at Beach Area 1 and Beach Area 2, and we will be expanding Honk Mobile to those parking lots for 2026. And the good news, I believe Council has extended the ability for our residents to park in those two lots for free. So that is a great perk for our community. You now have more options that you can go down and enjoy the beachfront from at no cost. And something we never lose sight of, which was built into our Treasurer's recent budget, we're looking to build reserves up over time. And finally, showing leadership and responsibility to climate change. I've talked about the town beautification program, so I won't repeat it. And then active transportation, again, this is part of our DNA of what we are doing. Our transit master plan is reviewing all of the things that we can do. We are looking at improvements on Theme Park Drive, River Road West, Beach Drive, and I just want to assure everyone, this is not an afterthought. Many communities look at active transportation as an afterthought. We don't. We look at it as an important modal choice for our residents and for our visitors. With that, that is a very quick summary of all the amazing things that we did in 2025. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Excellent report. And I'll now look to members of council for questions or comments. Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, and through your worship, I'm going to get in first here, and I won't go on too long because I know there's going to be a lot of comments. Thank you, Andrew, for that in-depth and coverage of what's gone on these years. It is remarkable, truly. So I'm just going to zero in on maybe just one or two, maybe just one, because then people can maybe relate to that. And I'm going to go to a winter event, Snowman Mania, because it was recent. We've had one bitter cold winter, but Mother Nature shone on us on that weekend. It was spectacular here. and it was great for visitors and residents. So I'm going to center in on Nancy Island, because I'm thrilled to see that coming to life. And to see it coming to life in the wintertime. It's been condemned, closed. So I'm going to walk you through a couple of my experiences that really hit me that day. And one was walking into the museum and seeing residents in town with young families that had no idea what this was all about. They were so excited to learn about this ship and telling their children about it. Like, it's unheard of that that's been there. And then furthermore, there were 2 points. There was an interactive center going on. And in case I don't say this, I want people to understand this was working with the province and our town to do this. So you walked into the interactive section and you see children climbing stairs as if they're on the boat, the Nancy, and looking out to sea. And then you look in the corner and there's an interactive center there with furs and pelts they can touch. There's clothing the children put on to pretend they were a soldier. Brothers and sisters, parents watching, taking photographs. I remember Councillor, what's your name over there? Councillor White, leaning down to pat the pelts and explaining them to the children. To see that engagement in our town was just beyond anything I could ask for. And then going outside, we were asked to judge the snowman. That's not easy because I know they'll learn for next year. I'm going, okay, we need different age categories here. Like, I know the kids didn't build this one. But that being said, at the end of the day, the student, the young girl that won the contest for her snowman, she was so proud. Her mom was so proud. Her little brother was proud. She goes to school here in town. She had spent the whole weekend there protecting her snowman and working on it. And that we could present her with this beautiful, it was like a glass trophy. It was like crystal. So, if I say nothing else today about what's going on here, that to me is huge. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. No passion there. All right, Councillor Belanger.
Through the mayor, I want to talk to some things you skimmed over rather quickly. I don't know if all of our residents truly recognize or understand how much work goes into accomplishing and working on 82 council priorities, never mind the day-to-day business of running a municipality, but it's significant, and it doesn't happen by accident. This is my 11th, I'm in my 11th year on council, and I feel that the level of productivity and accomplishments, the relationships we've built with the province are truly amazing. It's any municipality anywhere in Ontario would be absolutely elated to have the accomplishments that our team has realized. But what I want to talk about is early in this term, one of the first things we did was restructure our leadership. That wasn't mentioned, and I think it was one of the most important things. That followed by a council wish to really enhance our work culture and environment. And I will tell you that employee turnover, which we've had some, and I'll speak to that in a minute, but the morale and the productivity is evident. And I have talked to so many employees that they really feel an integral part of really moving Wasaga Beach finally towards the potential of what we can be. And it is truly exciting. And just the last thing I want to touch on is our paying attention to succession planning. We've had a couple retirements. We've had some people with opportunities, but I can tell you the strength of the leadership that we have recently filled some positions with is exciting too. So just kudos to the leadership team, and please pass on to all of your teams that I think I speak for all of council, how impressed and appreciative we are of the work that's been accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge what this update actually represents. These priorities reflect what the residents told us, especially during the campaign when we were at community events and in living rooms and kitchen tables and just in everyday conversations, what people had hoped to see during this term of council. And those conversations shaped those 84 priorities. But setting priorities is one thing, moving them forward is quite another, and I'm just so proud and thrilled at the accomplishments that have taken place here. What is particularly encouraging is every single one has been started, is ongoing, and a large portion of them completed. That's really something. That represents a significant amount of work. I do want to acknowledge the leadership of the mayor and the collaboration of council with the leadership team in setting those priorities in the first place. That was in a very, very exciting time when we were all bringing those ideas to the table. And of course, I want to thank the staff and the senior leadership teams. Accomplishments like this just simply don't happen without dedication and passion. It's encouraging to see that we have created this momentum, but there's still lots of work ahead. And I'm very happy to be part of this term, and hats off to everybody. I couldn't be prouder listening to that report. Thank you very much to our CAO.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I echo, there's no point in repeating it, you've all said it so beautifully. The amazing accomplishments, truly top shelf. And what I really enjoyed hearing as well is the analogy about the beachfront being an outdoor recreation center, because I think that's something that Jewel has always missed, you know, is the attention and the people presence down there to make it the best experience, whether it's the cleanliness of the washrooms or picking up the garbage or activating areas with programming and excitement. To see that being considered and being part of the big plan with the redevelopment of the beach, I think is just fantastic. Thank you very much. Great report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none, I'll just add, again, I think everything that I could say has been said here, and I think what's important to note for the good folks of Wasaga Beach is that, you know, council creates 84 priorities and says, okay, staff, here's what we want, get it done. And, you know, I'm the first to stand up and say that this council has worked hard to make good things happen and create great relationships, but none of it, not any of it, would have happened or been possible without these folks here at the leadership table and, of course, every single individual that works for this municipality. So as Councillor Belanger has indicated, please pass that on to the whole team, how appreciative council is of the hard work and the dedication. You know, it's I'm in and out of the office often in the early evening and on weekends, and it is not uncommon to come into the office and see a staff member or two or three there at their desks working, you know, on their time and their time off. And so we greatly appreciated, again, no council would be anything without the hard work and dedication of the people, the boots on the ground that make it happen. So, Andrew, to you and your team and the entire team here and all those different departments, thank you so much. Great work, and keep up the great work, because there's lots more to come. All right, we do have a motion here then, recommended motion that the term council priorities 2025 update be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms and seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, and I see it is 10 after 12. We've been here since 8:30, so we'll take a break now and come back. I'm going to look to the clerk because I know we do have a speaker that is on a timeline, so we'll come back at
12:40 to resume at 12:45.
Okay, so back at your seats, please, council, at 12:40. We'll resume this meeting at 12:45. Thank you.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll call this meeting back to order. We'll call this meeting back to order. Good afternoon, everybody. And before we get started, I'll turn it over to our clerk. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. We do have our Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Ben Drury, in Council Chambers today, so we will move the presentation up in the agenda, and then we'll deal with the staff reports and the remainder of the agenda after. Thank you, Your Worship.
So just to be clear, we're going to go right to 14 to presentations? All right, thank you. All right, so Council, we're going to, we'll come back to the other items. We'll move up to item number 14, was his presentation, since the IC is here, and no offense, Mr. IC, but he's a high-paid individual, so we'll get this underway and go forward from there. So this presentation is the Integrity Commissioner Reinvestigation Report IC 35656-0825. This is our Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Ben Drury. ADR Chambers is his firm, and he is in attendance today to speak to his report. So, Mr. Drury, welcome. Good to see you, and we'll turn the floor to you.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I'm pleased to be here. Good to see everybody in person. My introduction to this report really will be very brief. I received a request for investigation to our office, as we often do. A request alleging that there was a breach of the Code of Conduct by Councillor DeLeo. I conducted an investigation, spoke with, I believe, 8 municipal staff. Over the course of that investigation, I determined that there had been a contravention of the Code of Conduct, and you'll see in the report that you received, there was a recommendation to suspend Councillor DeLeo's pay for 10 days. The ultimate decision about that belongs to Council. What my recommendation is just that, it's a recommendation. It is open to Council to make a determination that they believe is appropriate within what's allowed under the Municipal Act, which is either a reprimand or a suspension of pay up to 90 days. I am pleased to answer questions as they arise within the parameters that I'm able to.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. What I'm going to do with this issue today is I'm going to first look to Councillor DeLeo, because the report is about you, Councillor, if you have anything you wish to say. If not, that's fine. I'm also going to come back to you at the very end once you've heard anything else that's said, in case you want to respond to any of that. Fair enough? All right, thank you very much. So I'll now then open the floor to any staff or council who have any questions or comments with respect to the Integrity Commissioner's report. Members of council, anybody? Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'll go first then, or maybe alone. So, after reading the very lengthy report, I do not believe a monetary sanction or reprimand to Councillor DeLeo will be of any consequence to her. In Councillor DeLeo's response to the Integrity Commissioner's report, she does not, unfortunately, accept any responsibility. She argues the fact that he finds the witnesses' statements more credible than her own recollections, the witnesses being our staff, more credible than her own recollections, and that in his mind, she may not have been a fully reliable narrator. This is what I read in the report. Councillor DeLeo accepts his decision, but in no way does she take responsibility or apologize. If anyone should ask me, do I believe this report? Have I seen it myself in any way? Unfortunately, I have to say yes, and it happened in these council chambers in a public council meeting in which I was incredibly embarrassed to see Councillor DeLeo berate one of our senior staff members. That is very troubling to sit and watch. That's the end of that. It's not nice at all. So, in my opinion, by Councillor DeLeo's closing remarks, she has shot herself in the foot. If she has not learned the worth of a true apology by this state in her life, I don't believe neither a reprimand nor a monetary penalty would have any impact whatsoever. It is up, in my opinion, the court of public opinion can decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ego. Any other members of council? I have Councillor Timms next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I've taken some time to reflect on this report and the responsibility before us.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm just going to ask you to bring your mic a little closer.
Thank you, and I'm sorry. I'll repeat my first remark, which is that I have taken quite a bit of time to reflect on the responsibility before us. I want to thank the Integrity Commissioner for the work that went into the report and the review of the matter. I want to acknowledge that this is difficult and uncomfortable for all of us. I'm sure that none of us take satisfaction in situations like this. We established the Code of Conduct and the role of the Integrity Commissioner so that the concerns of this nature could be reviewed independently and fairly. Respecting the process is important for maintaining confidence in how we govern. The Commissioner has recommended a sanction towards the lower end of the range permitted by the Municipal Act. I feel that out of respect for the independent role of the Integrity Commissioner and the process that we have put in place, it's important that we give serious weight to that recommendation. But it's a very, very small sanction, really, when you look at what 10 days of a councillor's pay actually works out to. Departing from it without strong reason risks undermining the independent accountability process that we've established, so the decision is very difficult. As members of council, we hold positions of authority, and we share a responsibility to ensure that our intentions with staff are respectful and professional. Our staff come to work every day to serve this community, and they deserve to do that work in an environment where they feel respected and supported. I take the responsibility of my role seriously, and I believe how we treat people matters. I hope that once we have made our decision, we can move forward with a renewed commitment to professionalism and the important work that we share serving this community. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Timms. And we now have Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you through the mayor. I don't have too much to say, but I will tell you I've had the opportunity to have some very long drives with a couple members of council, Sasha being one of them, traveling to conferences, and she is a very expressive individual. I think sometimes her tone comes as she doesn't recognize how that's received by another individual. I can, as Councillor Tim says, I have experienced when she's in a situation she doesn't like or an individual she doesn't like where that tone presents itself. I was a little disappointed in her summary comments because there were opinions there about staff morale and a few things that I totally disagree with and certainly haven't seen evidence of. But I will tell you that I'm not going to support a sanction myself. I just believe this is a first offense. I'm hoping we never have to find ourselves in this situation again. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, through you. For the staff that work directly with council, it's a very difficult job in dealing with all the different personalities over the different councils that come and go. I do not take issue with expressing opinion or holding firm on the things that you firmly believe in and doing the job as a councillor. I do draw the line at intimidation and disrespect, and to that, I truly hope that we can move on and be consistent moving forward. I will not vote to impose any sanctions on Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Councillor White. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. First of all, thank you to the Integrity Commissioner, in particular of the redaction of staff's names. I think that's important. We, as a council, implemented a whistleblower policy when we came into council, and it's important that both staff and council feel safe to come forward with when they are having any sort of issues. Before making comments, I'd like to ask, through your worship, some points of clarification to Councillor DeLeo. I've gone through the report line by line, and there's some things that I think are perhaps misleading or untrue. So on page is this? Doesn't say a page, but it's where you're responding to the photo incident, right? In that situation, if you recall that day, if I can speak through your worship directly to Councillor DeLeo, if you recall that day that when the Premier came, we were all down there for photos, and it's such a big, exciting announcement, and it had completed with the camera, the CTV News and whatnot, and you were walking away. And I went out of my way to come over to you and saying, Sasha, hang on a second, there's going to be more photos. This is a really big thing. And you stayed, and you were in some of the photos. The fact then that you chose to leave at whatever point you did is not anybody's fault, right? Like, we all stay until we end up staying, and sometimes, you know, if you leave a little early, you end up missing out of a photo. So I just wanted that for clarification. Did you want to speak to that now? Okay.
Sorry. We're not going to get into a debate here today between each other. I'm going to give Councillor DeLeo an opportunity to respond at the end to everything. I think that's only fair, but I'm not going to get into back and forth between members of council with Councillor DeLeo or staff and Councillor DeLeo. There's no point in that, in my opinion. But Councillor DeLeo will have an opportunity to respond when the time is right at the end. Right?
Thank you for that clarification, Your Worship. In another section, page 34, you mentioned they'll say anything to get me out. That is not a factual statement. There's no way that council can get anybody out. In this role, you can literally commit a crime, and the only way you are removed from this position is if you stand down, or you step down, or resign. So that's false. The comment, they'd only gaslighted, which is why questions are not brought forward to staff in advance. And again, that goes against Section E, number 4 of the policy. We do this out of courtesy and professionalism, and to help staff be prepared to provide fulsome answers when we come to council, rather than try to surprise them or catch them off guard and not prepared. It doesn't look good for the corporation. I'm not going to say that. That's repeating another councillor. On page 36, you say that, but said executive assistant is afraid for her job, so she'll say anything. I question, did she tell you this directly? Or is this an assumption that you're making? Page 42. It mentions that Councillor DeLeo acted in an intimidating and threatening manner to both events manager and executive assistant respectively, and that staff thought the interactions looked or sounded so bad that they felt compelled to check in on events manager and executive assistant afterward, simply to ensure they're doing okay. That's undeniable. And I think that speaks volumes to both the gravity of your interactions and also to the compassionate culture that we have in this corporation. Page 45. You mentioned about declining a personal meeting with Mr. McNeil, the mayor, the town clerk, the deputy mayor, regarding a matter unrelated to my role as a councillor. These two complaints were filed the following day. That matter that I requested a meeting with you about was specifically about your role as a councillor, because there was ill talk, negative talk in the community about this council on your behalf, which goes again against the code of conduct. I asked for that meeting and for those people to be present so that it was transparent. It was a safe place for you. It was a safe place for me. There was no he said, she said. That's why I requested it that way. You refused to meet, so we had to do a different routing, but just for clarification for the public. Page 46, You mention in regards to Mr. McNeil and the mayor, in which 2 female councillors ultimately declined all private meetings with him. It seems this is a habit with the mayor and Mr. McNeil. As deputy, I sit with these 2 professionals, if not on a daily basis, in face-to-face meetings, or at least weekly at minimum. And that is so not my experience whatsoever. And I find it insulting both to the mayor and to Mr. McNeil, and also to the corporate focus. I believe there exists a coordinated block within the organization that reacts adversely to dissenting views. Again, against the code of conduct, it suggests that there is a group movement within this council. And I don't understand how that perception could possibly be, because this council, I'm so proud of the fact that we get along so well, that we support each other, that we help each other out to do the best that we can in this role. So those are the points that I just wanted for clarification, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Okay, I don't want to get too far ahead here. So, Councillor DeLeo, do you wish to respond to the first set of questions?
Absolutely. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Eagle, you said that in one of the council meetings, I was berating a staff member. Would you remember which one that was? I'd like to look it up, because I don't remember. Sorry. Would you like to tell me which meeting that was? Do you have it written down? Because I don't remember doing that.
Thank you. No.
Sorry, I can appreciate where you're coming from, Councillor, I can, but we're not going to mention staff's names here today. Staff need to be confident in the fact that they're not going to be named in these issues, right? They need to be able to be comfortable to bring concerns forward without being named and being targeted possibly. So if we want to talk about the specific meeting, I think that that's fine. I just would prefer that we're not mentioning staff by name in this case. Title would be fine. People will draw that conclusion, I get it. Just as the IC has done, he took out the names and put titles. So if we want to stick to titles, I'll allow that.
Right. No, I was just asking which video it is, like which council meeting it was. I'd like to look it up.
Go ahead, Councillor Eagle.
Thank you. I did not back-check the date. I could do that if you wish, or you can go back through the minutes, through the meetings.
But
It
we've
is
had
there.
several
No, I did
council
not.
meetings.
I did not write this one down. I can see it clearly. I could absolutely take time here today to probably look it up, but I did not.
Okay, so I find that when staff members, they write a report, I have questions, and I'm not going to sugarcoat them. If it's a direct question, I will ask, and if it makes them feel uncomfortable, I don't think they feel uncomfortable, but if it's a direct question, we have a right to the answer. So I think some of them feel intimidated when I come out and just ask a direct, I just want the public to hear the answer. If there's nothing to hide, then they shouldn't have to feel intimidated. Second, Deputy Mayor Snell, you mentioned that when the province came here and we did the photos, that you came up to me and said, no, don't leave. You are mistaken. The provincial one, I stayed when Premier Ford was here. We took the pictures, and then when the cameras left and people were leaving, I thought, all right, we're done. I left, and then council afterwards, which not to my knowledge, took another picture at the water with the ministers holding the Wasaga blanket or towel. And that picture's and I wasn't in it because I had gone, and that was the picture that was put in to the website, and I wasn't in there. So I'm getting calls from people saying, why didn't you go? It's like, I was there. So my question was, why was not the picture with all of us, with the premier, put in there showing that I was there? Then that same picture went out into the water, the water rate invoice, same thing. That same picture with me not in it. Again, I'm getting questioned, are you still a councillor? We don't see you anymore. It's like, well, I was there. So the one that you're referring to, by the way, is when Stonebridge came to the beach and they put the shovels into the ground. That's when you came to me and said, don't leave, we're going to take more pictures. And I said, I'll stay. So that was the one. So that was one. Hold on. No, and I guess that's it to the answers here, but I do have a statement that I'd like to read.
Okay, before you do that, if you want to read it now, that's fine, but I have a few things as well. I just wanted you to not get, behind and be able to remember what it is you wanted to respond to. So did you want to make that statement now? All right, thank you. Okay, listen, at the end of the day, I think it's important to point out a few things here, and I'm not going to go in any chronological order because there's a lot of paper here to this report. But it's important to clarify, I think, a few things. And the one thing I want to start by clarifying is the relationship, Councillor DeLeo, between you, myself, you, our CAO, and so on and so forth. And I'm going to do the best I can to start kind of right back at the beginning, and when you and I have met one-on-one or in a small group, myself, the CAO, Deputy CAO, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, etc. The first time in this term of council that you ever came to my office to speak to me was about 2 to 3 weeks into council. And you knocked on the door and said, do you have a minute? I said, absolutely. And you came in and you indicated to me that, you said to me, and I quote, you know that I want to do the town's printing business. And how do I go about getting that? And my answer to you was very clear. It would have to be, first of all, in response to an RFP, and that I didn't believe that you would get that business anyway, because I didn't believe that any council would grant a sitting member of council that kind of business. You indicated then that, perhaps you knew other companies then that might be interested, and I responded very clearly, if there's an RFP process that goes out for that, then you or anyone else could respond to that. The next time you and I met in my office was near Christmas of that year, and you brought me a small box of goodies, and thank you for that, because they were delicious. And we didn't chat about anything in particular. The next time that we met was with yourself, myself, and the CAO and Deputy CAO, and that was the first time that staff had brought, I believe, to the CAO or the Deputy CAO's attention, and it's listed in this report, when you entered a meeting that was happening with some staff and you spoke directly to one of the staff members. We brought you in after that because the CAO, Deputy CAO, came to me and said, we need to have a conversation with Councillor DeLeo because this behavior isn't acceptable. And so we asked you to come to a meeting, and we made it very clear, and I do recall very clearly when you came into my office, because that's where we were, you sat down and you said, before we start, I want to tell you, this better not be a gang-up, I think you called it. And I made very clear, no, this isn't a gang-up. We want to talk to you about a situation to ensure that it doesn't happen again. We did that, and we indicated to you because we wanted to help you and coach you so as that we didn't end up in the situation that we are here in today. And it was made very clear that, it's not what you say, it's often how you say it. But when you ask a question of staff and they give you their answer, to then continue to push them because you, for whatever reason, maybe you don't believe their answer, maybe you don't understand their answer, but once they've given you the answer to the best of their ability, they've given you their answer to the best ability. And I get it. I often get answers that I'm not happy with at the end of the day, but it is the answer. And I say this all the time to people. You may not like what you're hearing, but it's going to be the truth. That's the answer. That was the next time. The only other time I recall, and I've always been very clear with you, Councillor DeLeo, and every member of this council, that my door as the mayor is always open. You can come and speak to me about anything at any time, and if you don't want to come speak to me and it's to do with staff or whatever, then you should be speaking to the CAO. Okay? And then the only other time a meeting was requested, to my knowledge, was when you were requested, the deputy mayor asked for that meeting with the CAO, deputy CAO, myself, and her. And you indicated that you would not be attending that meeting. So I want to be clear on the amount of times that you and I have met. It's quite concerning to me that you go on in your statements in response to the Integrity Commissioner, and you speak about past councils and 2 other females who refused to meet with the mayor and the CAO one-on-one. It's very concerning to me because I don't understand why you even bring that to the forefront. What is the intention there? I don't know. Quite frankly, I don't care. But to make that statement is concerning to me. I'm sure it's concerning to the CAO, and it would be concerning to anybody. So I don't know where you're going with that or what that has to do with the IC's investigation here. You also indicate that the EA is fearful for her job. I can tell you that I work very closely with the executive assistant. She's a wonderful young lady. She does an amazing job. We have an amazing relationship, as I do with all our staff. And I work hard to make sure that that's the case. It's very disheartening and troubling to me that you indicate, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you indicate that you're concerned about staff morale, the high turnover, and that you indicate that staff are walking on eggshells because they're fearful for their job. I'm going to stop at this point with my comments, which I will take the liberty to come back to after. But I want to turn this over to some staff members, and I'm going to start with our CAO and get some more information around this concern, because I can tell you that when we came into this council and we took office, there was legitimate fear among staff in this organization. They told me that to my face. They told other members of staff that to their face, and other members of this council. And this council immediately, along with our CAO, put programs and things in place to A, improve those relationships, and B, ensure staff that they could be comfortable in speaking no matter what and not face any reprisal. So, Andrew, I'm going to look to you to speak to your thoughts on this and any concerns you may have, and then you can point to whatever staff members you may feel to add to that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've asked Denise Allen, who is our Director of HR, to also attend. I, too, was troubled by the report. I'm not going to talk about the details of the complaint. That is the job of the Integrity Commissioner to investigate, which he has done, and he's offered his opinion. In my opinion, case closed. It's now in council's hands to make a decision. What troubles me is the response to the Integrity Commissioner's findings. Quite frankly, I don't agree with them. I do not believe they are true. I want to talk about a few different things. Number one, corporate culture. When I returned to Wasaga Beach, following this council being elected, and I want to be very clear, I was not here last term. So what I have heard is from other staff, other members of the public, our Director of HR, who was here. What I have been told is that the culture was somewhat broken, that we had an extremely high turnover rate. I think Trevor Houghton can testify to the fact that our planning department turned over twice. That's not normal. And that there was fear of reprisal in the organization. I and every one of the leadership team up here take that very seriously. I did a presentation prior to lunch about the term of council priorities. Within those priorities is establishing a great workplace culture. And believe me, we take that seriously. We want to be a chosen destination for a place where we attract top talent, and more importantly, where we retain top talent. If staff don't like a culture, they tend to vote with their feet, and they'll leave, and they'll go elsewhere, which is what they were doing prior to this term of council. We've worked hard, and I'll explain a couple of initiatives that we've engaged in, but I'm very proud of the fact that we've got the turnover rate in our municipality down in the 5 to 6% range. What that means as a municipality is you're normal. That is a normal turnover rate. People leave for a variety of reasons. Some retire. Our deputy CAO retired about a month and a half ago. There are other staff that retire. Others find great opportunities to grow their career and rise, and we support that. I always write positive references where I believe they're warranted. And I encourage, if I can help somebody grow their career, and if that means they go somewhere else, I will always help that staff because I value the relationships and the people that we've invested in. Occasionally, yes, there are opportunities where an employee is terminated, but we take that very seriously. There are investigations, etc. What I am not seeing is a culture of fear, a culture of intimidation. And I think for those members of council who have an opportunity to see us work daily, it's just not there. One of the things I always do every time I walk into Denise's office, first question is, what are you hearing? How's the culture? How are staff? Anything I need to know about? And what I am hearing are very positive things. The first thing I did when we started here back in Wasaga Beach was created Work Your Way. Wasaga Beach was one of the few municipalities in the province, if not the only one, that didn't allow their employees to work from home during COVID. That was crazy. So we created Work Your Way. It's been extremely successful. Staff value the flexibility we've given to them, and they're performing. All those priorities, you saw that this morning. If you've got a disgruntled staff, fearful for their job, they're not cranking out the stuff that I shared with you this morning. We created a whistleblower program. In the extreme event that something occurs that people are fearful of their job for a reprisal, we have an anonymous whistleblower program that people can use. It's been used once since this council took office. We have created a staff committee where staff work amongst themselves to tell us what they think, positive changes that could occur to create a great corporate culture. I meet and I send out communications weekly so that there's always communications between leadership and staff. The great things we're doing. We hold quarterly face-to-face meetings with all the staff in this corporation in this room. It's very interesting. When I first started in the first meeting, people were shocked that we were doing this. You actually want to hear what we have to say? Yes, we do. Interestingly enough, the first few meetings, it was the minutiae. There was a bit of griping going on about this issue or that issue. We responded and we fixed those issues. The last workshop we had with staff, it was all about where we're going, the future, the vision. So we're no longer now focused on the minutiae. It's now about where's leadership, where's council that's taking this corporation. That's a very positive move. Again, I am not seeing what the councillor has written in her response. It deeply troubles me. If it's true, I would expect the councillor to come to me and share what it is that you've heard so that I can look into it, that HR can look into it. That has not happened. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Director of HR if there's anything you want to add to my comments.
Thank you, through your worship.
Denise, I'm just going to ask you to pull your mic a little closer.
Okay. Thank you. I would just want to add, the structure that has been created through this council, there's been a tremendous amount of career progression and skill development opportunities for staff, lots of training opportunities for staff. I would suggest, and I see it, there's great pride in staff. They're excited about what's happening at the town, and they've been given the confidence to perform to the best of their ability and take on new challenges. So we also have a very I would suggest a robust workplace harassment policy that it's very comprehensive in that we go through investigations, we report back to the general manager, myself, and also our manager of health and safety. We address situations very timely and thoroughly. My team has also been involved in cultural departmental reviews. If there's any sort of concerns or areas where we think there could be enhancement to staff working conditions, we address those things very quickly and thoroughly. So, you know, I feel like I do have a pulse on what's happening in the organization, and I see a lot of pride, a lot of enthusiasm and support from staff.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add one important point that I did miss. We've been very clear across the corporation, to council, to our residents. We have a zero tolerance policy for any forms of harassment. That's why this was important to address. Sorry, that is important. Staff need to feel when they come to the workplace that they can engage in their work and interact with the public in a safe and respectful manner. So we take that very seriously. That's not a joke, sorry.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from staff that needs to speak to this, Andrew? No? All right. If there's no other questions or comments from council, I just have one more item that I think is very important. Sorry, two more items. You indicate, Councillor DeLeo, that you're also the only member of council who consistently opposes certain matters that he brings forward when I believe that they are not in the best interest of our residents. I want to be very clear. If we were to go through all of the recorded votes, and if we were to watch all the videos, and look at how many times you have voted no compared to other members of this council, I think you'd be very surprised that there's not a large difference. You often speak in opposition to what it is we're speaking about, but then often after the debate or the conversation, you still vote in favor. So those types of comments, A, I find concerning, but B, I want to be clear from my standpoint, and I'm sure most councillors, if not all councillors, would agree, I could truly care less whether a member of council votes with the rest of council or doesn't. It's called democracy. It's why we're here. And I can tell you on many occasions, each and every member of this council has voted in opposition of the majority of council. And if we needed to, I'm sure that the clerk would be able to get that information and show that. Why? Because I'm the one who asks for the recorded votes. I listen to them and I record them in my notes. So I want to be clear, whether a member of this council votes in favor or in opposition to whatever the decision being made is at this council is irrelevant to the relationship that I have with you as a councillor. I would expect nothing less than, if you don't agree with something, that you would vote in opposition of that. I have done it myself. So, you know, I think it's important to point out, in this term of council anyway, it's okay to agree to disagree and to move on. And it doesn't mean we don't like each other after that. It doesn't mean we have to have hard feelings. It's why we're here. It's what people expect of us. So I wanted to clear that up. And the last thing I wanted to clear up is the mention about you know, not being included. And I want to speak about my Facebook account as mayor. The EA put a message out to every member of this council quite some time ago, indicating that we were going to implement the mayor's Facebook account, and the mayor would like everybody to be, every member of council to be, and forgive me because I'm not a Facebook guru, but tagged, I believe is the term, on the mayor's Facebook page. And the response from everybody was, yep, here it is, You, Councillor, made it clear that you did not have a councillor Facebook page, and that you only have a personal Facebook page, and you do not deal with town business on that page, and therefore you didn't want to be tagged on the mayor's Facebook page. We then received questions from the public as to why Councillor DeLeo was left off being tagged. And so what we did was we added you, but not tagged because, I'm looking to Sandra here to help me if I'm screwing this up, but we added Councillor DeLeo to the mayor's tags, but she is in black versus blue, because if you're not tagged, you're not in blue. Is that correct? Okay, 2 thumbs up. So the other, and then the last part is with respect to the photo that was talked about by the deputy mayor and yourself earlier. I think it's important to note that you reached out to staff when you were not included in that photo. You indicated to staff that you were there. Staff immediately fixed that. There was no delay in that. They fixed it very quickly. They used what are the professional photos that staff used that were taken for the event that you were not in. They then took the photo, I believe maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, you provided or told them about, and they changed that photo out so you were included. And there was very little delay in that, and they did apologize for that. So, you know, I could go on about many different things here, but at the end of the day, I just want to be clear to yourself, Councillor, to the rest of Council, and to the public, that this is not a council that pays favoritism to each other one way or the other. I like to believe that we are all acquaintances outside of council. I believe that the relationship between all members of this council, including yourself, Councillor DeLeo, is very good and very friendly and cordial. And I want you to know that as the mayor, I respect your thoughts and opinions. I look to you as every other councillor on everything we do, and we'll give a nod back and forth or no, whether you want to comment or not comment, regardless of the conversation and how it's going. So I just think that it's somewhat unfair to make these types of comments or allegations when in fact the reality is the opposite. I'll leave it at that. I'm going to give you the final say, Councillor DeLeo, and then I'll look to council and to the clerk as to how we'll move forward with any sanctions or deliberation with respect to that.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. On that aspect of the photo, when you said that you fixed it, it wasn't fixed on the original post. They fixed it as a comment. So people had to go inside to look at the comment in order to see the photo. It was not replaced. I still have it. It's not replaced. But the old photo, the one with me not in it, was placed with the water bill as a flyer. And that came out months later after we had this discussion. So that same photo with me not in there went into the water bill. So I'm going to leave that now. So I'm just going to now get to my speech. Now.
No, ladies, please. No, please. No, excuse me. You're in a council meeting. You're not in a public meeting, ma'am, and you can't just blurt things out. I understand that you're having an issue hearing. I will ask the councillor to move her mic closer, but I would ask that you don't blurt things out. Thank you.
Okay. Before I begin my speech here, I want the public to know this has been going on since August. So I've had to deal with this since August. So imagine my surprise when I got this complaint and I'm reading it and it's like, what? Like everything that I'm reading, it's like, oh, absolutely not. So, you know, I'm hearing that it was troubling for them to hear my answers, while it was even more troubling for me to see what was said about me, because that was not true. Absolutely not. And I'm just shaking my head going, oh my God. So, like I said, since August, I've been, and a lot of that stuff is not true, and I'm going to talk about it here. So, if you give me the same gratitude to finish my speech, I would appreciate it.
I'm going to give you all the time you need, Councillor.
Thank you. Okay, so first off, I want to clarify one important point for the public record. For anyone watching or reading my statement, okay, the decision to remove the names of individuals involved and identify them only by their positions was not initiated by me. The report was finalized. I wanted to add an extra email to that report, and the Integrity Commissioner said it was finalized and nothing can get changed. Then that change was made at the request of town management, and the Integrity Commissioner agreed to it. His administrative note confirms this. Residents should understand that this adjustment was driven by management's intervention and not by an independent procedural requirement. Now, the Chief Administrative Officer, Andrew McNeil, filed 2 complaints shortly after I declined to attend a personal meeting with himself, the mayor, the Director of Legislative Services, and the Deputy Mayor, regarding a matter unrelated to my role as a councillor. That's how I perceived it. Within days of that refusal, the complaints were submitted. While I acknowledge that the interactions referenced, they did occur, but I categorically deny that I was verbally abusive or inappropriate toward either of the 2 women involved. My interactions with both individuals have always been professional and cordial. The recollections presented do not reflect my conduct, and I continue to say so. Andrew McNeil has stated that he overheard one of these interactions from an office. This raises a reasonable question. If a workplace harassment code violation was occurring, wouldn't it have been the CEO's responsibility to address it immediately? Addressing a concern in the moment would have been the appropriate responsible course of action. Instead, the matter was raised months later through a formal complaint, resulting in an unnecessary expense to taxpayers. That sequence of events warrants careful consideration. Council and the public deserve clarity on why this issue was not addressed at the time it allegedly occurred. If my conduct had been unprofessional or threatening, it is unlikely that the executive assistant to the mayor would have continued to engage with me in a friendly and cordial manner. For example, in an email exchange 4 weeks ago regarding the Snowman Mania event, I informed her that I was on a cruise vacation and required clarification. After providing this information, she also responded, "That sounds like heaven. Can't wait to hear all about it." That tone is inconsistent with the suggestion that she felt intimidated or uncomfortable in her interactions with me. Now, regarding the former events manager, she stated that after I pulled the fireworks report she was scheduled to present, she approached me to ask whether I had questions in advance. This did not occur. At no time during my term has she approached me to discuss agenda items prior to a meeting. Had she done so, I would have welcomed the opportunity. She also indicated that I presented her with 3 pages containing 15 questions. That is not accurate. And I believe, Councillor Eagle, this may be the one you're probably referring to. Now, during that council meeting, I simply stated that I would like to see a more detailed report, as I believed certain information was missing. My remarks were professional and courteous. Now, I encourage anyone interested to review the publicly available video on YouTube of the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting dated September 14th, 2023, starting from 4:03 to 4:17, which clearly reflects the tone and content of my comments. Now, with respect to the Deputy CAO, I opposed the Sports and Entertainment Corporation, which I believed the proposed $500,000 loan from casino funds could have a more meaningful impact elsewhere in our community. It is clear that my disagreement with this decision has contributed to the manner in which subsequent interactions were framed. Now, it is my belief, and again, my belief, staff members may feel uncertain about their employment or job security. In my experience, such circumstances or uncertainty can create an environment where those individuals may not feel entirely free to speak openly without concern or fear for repercussions. A lack of job dynamic or job security can influence how events are reported and interpreted. I was elected to serve as an independent voice, and I remain committed to do that responsibility. I will continue to represent the residents of Wasaga Beach by voting in what I believe to be our best interests. I will continue to ask questions at council until I get every question answered. Meetings to seek clarification where needed. Transparency, thoughtful consideration, and accountability are essential to good governance, and we, residents, deserve nothing less. Procedural fairness requires not only that justice be done, but that it can be seen to be done. Thank you for allowing me to place my perspectives on record.
Order. Thank you very much, Councillor. I'll end with some statements, and then I will turn this back to Council and the Clerk with respect to what it is that may or may not happen here today. Let me start by thanking the Integrity Commissioner for this thorough, independent review of this matter. We know that these investigations are not easy, but they're essential to maintaining the trust in municipal governments. And our staff deserve to be able to come to work every day, every single day, knowing that they'll be treated with professionalism, with respect, and with dignity. And that is not optional. It's expected, as it should be. These findings in the Integrity Commissioner's report are clear. The Integrity Commissioner determined through a thorough investigation, and I'm looking to Mr. Drury, a thorough investigation, would you say? You've done many of these?
Through your worship, yes, I've done a number of these. I was formerly the lead investigator for the City of Toronto, a full-time office. I'm also Integrity Commissioner for the City of Sarnia, Township of Wilmot, Hastings County. I don't have an exact number, but I would estimate off the top of my head probably between 50 to 100 of these.
Thank you. You know, and this investigation, you spoke to multiple witnesses, you took multiple statements, and the code of conduct was contravened by Councillor DeLeo in her interactions with staff, specifically regarding respectful workplace obligations and the proper relationship between council and administration. You know, in defense of our staff, I think the reason our CAO, I know the reason our CAO reached out and asked to remove individuals' names is we have a responsibility. We have an obligation to protect our staff. We're politicians. We're open to scrutiny. The Lord knows that we face it every day. No matter what we do, we face scrutiny from one end or the other. That's the game that we decided to put our hand up to play in. So we get what comes at us. Whether it be truthful or not, it is what it is. But, excuse me, ladies, please. We're trying to conduct a meeting here. That's what we put our hand up to do. But the individuals who work for this organization, from the CAO right down to the person at the very bottom of the totem pole, did not put their hand up for that scrutiny, did not put their hand up to have their names plastered all over social media or wherever else for doing their job to the best of their ability. So I want to be absolutely clear that the professionalism and the dedication of our staff has never, ever been in question, in my opinion. It is clear that professionalism of our staff and the dedication that they have to this community and to members of this council is paramount, and it is absolutely 100% professional. And that's why when we hear comments like, after this situation, I spoke to this individual and they were very cordial and they were very pleasant, because that's what staff do. Staff have a respect for this council. Whether they agree or not, they understand and they have respect, as we should have for them. And that's why they're cordial. You know, as the report notes, staff serve council as a whole. So for a member of council to say that I deserve answers and I should know is not correct. Council as a whole has the right to know, but an individual member of council does not. That is very clear. It's clear in the Municipal Act, it's clear in our Code of Conduct, it's clear in our procedural bylaws. And the Integrity Commissioner also highlighted the power of imbalance that exists between elected officials and municipal staff. and that imbalance makes respectful conduct even more important in these interactions. You can ask all the tough questions you like, but you need to be respectful about it. And I'm sorry, but leaning into an individual after going into a meeting that you were not involved in and pointing your finger and telling that individual that they need to give you the answer doesn't work. Telling someone that if this is nasty and you want to see nasty, I can get nasty, that doesn't work. That's not acceptable. And the concerns that I have here is that throughout this whole report, whether you agree with the report or you don't, I see zero remorse here. I see no form in any way, shape, or form of an attempted, even half-decent apology. And that's what's concerning to me. And I would agree with Councillor Ego that, you know, we could find here today that, you know what, this deserves 90 days' pay. But I wouldn't support that because I don't believe that that would make a difference based on this report and the responses that I see and what I'm hearing here today. I would agree with you, Councillor, that this investigation, these types of investigations, are very expensive for the taxpayer. But they're a necessary part of democracy, and more importantly, a necessary part of ensuring that councils follow proper policy and procedure based on our procedural bylaws and our codes of conduct. The staff turnover issue, again, I believe we are somewhere in that 4 or 5% range, which is absolutely the norm of any municipality. I'm looking to Denise here. Would you agree or disagree? Are we within the norm? Are we below the norm? Are we above the norm? Where are we at? I can tell you we're a lot less than the last term.
Through your worship, yes. We're certainly within the norm, and given the increase in staff, we are certainly below what last term, for sure.
Thank you. You know, I guess I'll end with a few things. The role of council is to lead, not intimidate. And the role of staff is to serve the municipality with professionalism and neutrality. And I could not be more proud. I could not be more proud of the work that every staff member in this organization has been doing and is doing and will continue to do, I'm sure, each and every single day. These people are working their tails off, believe me. We've done a lot of things in 3 years and 3 months. And that doesn't come, council doesn't do all that work. It's these folks. And when those roles are not respected, our community suffers. My focus as the mayor and the focus of this council should be and will remain on supporting our staff to do the good work that they need to do to move our community forward in a positive, affordable, and sustainable manner. Respecting those processes in place are vital to making this organization work and work well on behalf of these folks, the taxpayer. I could go on, but I'm going to leave it at that. So, Madam Clerk, I'm going to...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Point of order?
Yes, please.
Place your point of order.
You mentioned finger pointing. I didn't finger point. I'm not going to walk into me and go, hey, you, I don't do that. So that to me, when I read that report, it was way, way exaggerated, way over the top. So my responses were because that report was false. So I had to now put in my response. If that report wasn't as false and cruel as it was, then my responses wouldn't have been like that. I had to give my response how I felt, because what was said in there is not correct. It is not true. That's it.
So, Councillor, I will say that I can only go by the report. And again, I would say that it's concerning that basically what I'm hearing is that all of these witnesses, 8 of them, are lying. And I struggle to believe that 8 members of the staff, or the people that the Integrity Commissioner spoke to, would have any reason whatsoever to, A, place themselves in this position that we're in today by lying about something that they have absolutely no reason to lie about. There's just no reason whatsoever. No, we're not going to debate, Councillor. No, we're not going to debate. So at the end of the day, I'm now going to look to our clerk. We do have a motion here, Madam Clerk, or is there a motion prepared for us to move forward with this? What is the next step in this process?
Thank you, Your Worship.
You have no right to object.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the IC has conducted his independent investigation and has provided his recommendation in the report. Council now has a sole responsibility for implementing the recommendation or deciding not to. So I'll leave it to Council to table the motions should they desire.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Is there a member of Council who would like to table any motion with respect to this investigation? Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, based on what we've heard here today, I propose a motion to receive for information.
Thank you, Councillor White. Do you have Councillor White has proposed a motion to receive the information. Do we have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor DeLeo. So what that means is Council has received the integrity. I'm sorry, Councillor Eagle. Yes. My apologies, councillors. What this means is we're simply receiving the Integrity Commissioner's report. There will be no sanction against the councillor. I think the councillor probably understands where we're all at here. She's nodding yes, so I think we can agree on that. So it's moved by Councillor White and seconded by Councillor Ego that Council receive the Integrity Commissioner's report for information. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none? Oh, Deputy Mayor Snell.
People get to speak.
Did you get elected? Have you been elected?
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to leave.
You guys are paid by you guys.
I'm asking you to leave now, please.
I'm not, because I pay my taxes.
Are you going to be quiet?
Well, I'm not going to watch this bullshit.
No, excuse me.
It's disrespectful that people
Ma'am,
can't talk.
you are either going to be quiet or you're going to leave, whether you want to leave on your own or whether we have to call the police, but you cannot continue this behavior.
No, not that way.
All right, it is moved by Councillor White and seconded by Councillor Ego, and we're now over to the Deputy Mayor for comment. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I would like to see if Councillor DeLeo is open to doing a public apology to staff.
No way!
Order. Please, folks, believe me, this is not comfortable for anybody here. And what you're hearing here right now is that council is saying we'll receive this information. That's it, that's all. It will be done as of today. So please allow us to continue to move on and get through this process. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I would have apologized if those actions really happened, but they did not, so I will not apologize.
Any other questions or comments from any other members of council? All right, seeing none, I think we'll put this to a recorded vote. Or I would request a recorded vote, please, Madam Clerk. And I think important to note that Councillor DeLeo will be moving back from the table and not participating in this vote.
The motion on the floor that the Integrity Commissioner Investigation Report IC 356560825 be received for information. On the vote, Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and Mr. Integrity Commissioner, thank you for coming out today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Worship.
We're now going to go back in the agenda. To item 10, which is staff reports. Yeah, we'll just give it a minute for anyone who wants to leave so we can carry on here. All right, we'll now start to carry on. We're back at item number 10 in the agenda, which is staff reports. And it is noted that 10.6 has been pulled from the consent agenda to be dealt with under matters for consideration. And that, folks, please carry on outside with your conversation, please. All right, and it is also noted that Councillor Eagle would like to provide comments with regards to items 10.1, Recreation and Facilities Year-End Review, and 10.2, the Age-Friendly Advisory Committee Year-End Report. Madam Deputy Clerk, could you get the door there, please? All right, Councillor Eagle, you have two comments on those two items. I'll turn the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One sec. I'll take a break. Okay. This is a change of direction because we received a fabulous report from our Recreation and Facilities Year in Review. So I would just like to make some comments on it, on what's happening in town. And so just going through this. And I'm happy that Lee Furlot here is in residence and in the council chambers and can address any questions or, correct me here. Anyway, just highlights of the report.
Sorry, Councillor, we're not you asked to have comments,
That's
so
all,
we
just
won't be
comments. You're
questioning, right?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I need a minute. Okay. I was pleased to read that the department had shifted from program availability to delivery based on identified needs. And it just shows how this programming is being such a great asset to the community. The Youth Center and the Seniors Active Living Center had particularly strong growth, showing the town investing in age-friendly and youth-focused services and activities. Ice rentals had increased hours, which equals revenue increases. Room rentals, the same thing. The Recplex, if anybody drives through town during the week, you're lucky. I like to walk that trail off the Recplex, and I'll tell you, you're lucky if you can get a parking spot at the Recplex during the week. It is crammed with people attending the activities that are taken on there. So obviously, there's lots going on in town for the residents. And then in this report is the youth center. We've commented on the youth center various times before, but this is really a wow. They have 151 new members at our youth center. They have strong school partnerships with 365 participants. So I asked Lee today about this. I didn't understand what the lunchtime program was. And it appears that at recess time, in which the youth center and staff through active games and social activities with the school. So that's engaging the youth while they're in school with activities and games in this town. So these are all pluses. Also, the youth group, or the youth center, despite engaging in the recess things, they need for feeding our kids has never been greater. And I believe in most communities, cities, the usage of the food bank is 3 to 5%, and it's around 12% in Wasaga Beach. So to show that during the day is what I'm getting at, is that we're looking after kids' needs here during the day, it's going to help in the whole feeding of kids. I don't know, we're able to say, we all know that nourishment, daytime feeding will have healthier and happier kids in the long run. And that, I don't know if any groups of you here have ever fed teenage boys, but they take a lot to fill up during the day and the evening. So to know that our town is taking care of a lot of this during the day is accolades to them. I'm part of a breakfast program at Wasaga Beach Public School, and we didn't get it started till the end of June last year, and it started very, very slowly. We only do 2 mornings a week, to get it going, see how it goes. We've gone from pretty much 0 to the last few days, 65 kids every morning for breakfast. It sounds horrible, but it's good in the other part too. These kids are so happy, we get to know them. So it's doing a lot of things there at the school, actually. It's getting them participating, they get to eat there, stay in and in the lunchroom, and in 15 minutes, we feed 65 kids, and I'll tell you, they're happy. So that's part of what the youth group is doing in this community. I don't think people really get the value of it. And I'm just gonna skip right into now to 10.2 because it really runs together. It's all the same vein, the age-friendly report, if I can go right on to that one. Thank you. Because you know what? Seniors and kids have a lot in common. We all want to be busy and active, and it makes for a healthier community in the long run. I'm really going back to health here because it's mental health and physical health. You need food for both. You need programs for both to keep everyone engaged. And so I think that on the age-friendly. And the other thing on the age-friendly report is we have that huge expo. We had over 800 attendees last year with 116 exhibits. Last year we introduced in there Shop Wasaga, which was allowed for businesses to display their wares, and at a very nominal fee they could have a booth. So that expo has grown from in 2023 to 77 exhibitors and 600 attending to 116 exhibitors and 800 attending. The Age-Friendly Committee has also held some symposiums throughout the year last year, well, one, and it was very successful, in which it was on aging is in the next steps. They held it in December. Wasn't the happiest month to hold it, but they're going to do better this year and have a couple more symposiums designed for the aging. And the Age-Friendly group is very happy to see the design coming forward for the seniors' housing. I know we hear talking about the seniors all the time, and are we left out? No, so a 100-unit building is being designed today to house the seniors in this town. And on the other big news, the Senior of the Year has been named, and a really worthy recipient in Debbie Grant. Everyone will get to meet her. The town will be doing an acknowledgement on her in the springtime, I think it takes place. But anyway, so I just want to show that how much the seniors and the youth are working together and how it pays off in dividends. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. And so we do have a recommended motion in from staff reports that the following consent list items under staff reports and all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 11, which is correspondence. No items have been pulled here, so we do have a recommended motion that the following consent list items under correspondence be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 12, which is minutes of boards and committees, and nothing has been pulled there as well, so the recommended motion is that the consent list items under minutes of boards and committees be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And on to item number 13, which is matters for consideration. And this has the item 10.6 that has been pulled, 2026 debenture, Twin Pad Arena Library, pulled by Councillor Belanger. So, Councillor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you through the mayor. I just wanted to give our Chief Financial Officer an opportunity to speak to this. Obviously, this is a tremendous facility for our community, but it also had a significant price tag, and we're all paying for it every year. For the last 4 years, actually, we started accommodating for the increase in operational costs, but there's still a significant loan on the building. I'm not sure what that percentage is now, but I know it's increased from the initial expectation. So maybe you can speak to that, Jocelyn, if you would.
Thank you, through your worship. So to start with, I'll just say that this report's purpose is just to bring forward the loan process. It was intended when we started the project that there would be debenture financing required. We did have a larger amount originally in our financial plan for the debenture, and we've cut it back significantly due to higher interest rates, and we've done some internal financing for the project. But in the end, we still have $17 million that needs to be debentured over the next 25 years. It'll carry at a cost of approximately $1.1 million a year for the 25-year period. Now, on the document that was attached, it references the original application for the funding. And at that time, it was very much in the early days of the project, and it was estimated that the project would cost over $61 million. In the end, our budget landed on $59.7 million. We've actually come in around $58.6 million. So that gives you a sense of, in case you saw some numbers there and you weren't certain about it, I wanted clarification, which I think is what Councillor Belanger was requesting with regards to the application number versus our actual budget and where we actually came in at. Perhaps we should clarify what your question is.
Councillor, go ahead.
Yeah, just in a follow-up, if I'm reading the report, you made an assessment, I think the 17 million debenture, is that the maximum amount? But the actual loan we're carrying, debenture plus conventional loan, is that still at the 32 or 33 million total?
Thank you, through your worship. So our loan is 17 million, and we've used development charges for approximately 19 million. And we've used some internal reserves for approximately 10 or 11 million. So there's been various financing funds, but the actual debt amount is 17 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Nothing further? Any other questions or comments on this from other members of council now? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess just sort of a sad comment, because this amount that we're putting to debenture is what the province or the federal government should have contributed to this project. So I guess it's just another impact of having gone it alone.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. I don't think the province should have, but could have, would be more accurate, but very good point. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, we do have a recommended motion then that the report titled 2026 Debenture Twin Pad Arena and Library to the council meeting of March 12, 2026 be received, and that council authorize the CFO Treasurer to sign the Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation OILC Certificate of Treasurer Requesting Debenture Financing Certificate document with a term of 25 years and a principal amount of $17 million to finance a portion of the cost to build the new Twin Pad Arena and Library, and that council authorize delegated authority to the Deputy Mayor and the CFO Treasurer to accept the interest rate presented by the OILC on March 18th and sign back acceptance of the rate as required by Infrastructure Ontario. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor?
Sorry, it'll be
Sorry, recorded vote. Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo. Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And moving on to item number 14, presentations. We already did that earlier with the Integrity Commissioner. And we'll now move to item number 15, council requested staff reports, which we have a list of that everyone has seen. Any questions or comments on those staff reports? Seeing none, we'll move on then to item number 16, notices of motion or motions, and there are none today. And item number 17 is bylaws, with a recommended motion that the following bylaws be received and to be deemed to have read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and that's 2026-23. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And this meeting is adjourned at 2:10 p.m.